Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is The Sleeping Forest. Chapter 1, The Silent Woods. The forest had always been there, a brooding mass of green and shadow that draped itself across the hills beyond Leora's village. The old stories said it had once been a place of music, where birds sang in endless symphonies, where the rivers laughed as they tumbled over smooth stones, and the trees whispered secrets to one another on the wind. But those days were long gone. Now, the forest was a tomb. Leora stood at the edge of the woods, the soles of her worn boots scuffing the dry earth. She tightened her shawl around her shoulders against a chill that had nothing to do with the crisp autumn air. The forest was strangely dark, even though the afternoon sun still floated high overhead. No leaves rustled, no insects buzzed. Not even the familiar croak of a distant frog broke the silence. The elders warned against going in. "The forest sleeps, child," they would say, their faces drawn tight with fear, "and those who enter may never wake again." But Leora had always been different. Where others felt fear, she felt an aching pull, a gnawing curiosity that refused to be quieted. She hesitated, only a moment more, then stepped past the last row of bramble bushes and into the gloom. The change was immediate. It was like walking into a painting, the colors dulled, sounds muffled, the air itself thick and resistant, like wading through water. The sunlight thinned into fragile beams, catching on the silver mist that clung to the forest floor. Leora looked up and saw the branches overhead knitted tightly together, forming a natural ceiling that barely let the sky through. She moved carefully, her footsteps unnaturally loud in the silence. A squirrel, frozen mid-leap between two branches, caught her eye. Its body hung suspended in the air, legs stretched out as if paused by some unseen hand. Leora's breath caught in her throat. She approached it, heart hammering. The squirrel's fur shimmered faintly under the misty light, a thin coating of something like frost dusting its whiskers. Tentatively, she reached out, but when her fingers brushed the creature, it was stiff and cold, like a carving of wood. Something very wrong had happened here. The deeper she went, the stranger it became. A herd of deer clustered in a meadow, all locked in place, some grazing, some staring alertly at unseen threats. Birds hung in mid-flutter between branches. A fox stood with its mouth open mid-yawn, frozen in an eternal stretch. Even the brook that had once gurgled along the forest's edge was now a glittering ribbon of stillness, its surface unmoving despite the steep incline. It was not death. She could feel that somehow these creatures, these plants, even the very stones beneath her feet, were merely asleep. Yet the sleep was wrong. Unnatural, forced. And Leora could not shake the feeling that something or someone was watching her. Every instinct screamed at her to turn back, to run home and bolt the doors. But instead, she pressed on, drawn by a stubborn spark of determination she didn't fully understand. She needed to know why this had happened, needed to find the heart of the mystery. Somewhere ahead, barely perceptible through the heavy mist, a faint glimmer of light winked at her, a tiny pulse like the last heartbeat of a dying firefly. Hope, or another trap. Gripping the strap of her satchel tighter, Leora moved toward it. The mist swirled around her legs as she walked, whispering against her skin with cold, feather-light touches. The trees around her seemed to lean closer, their twisted trunks frozen mid-grown. The tiny light beckoned, hidden beneath a tangle of ivy at the base of a massive oak whose bark had turned as pale as bone. Kneeling, Leora brushed the leaves aside. There, curled into a ball no larger than her palm, was the source of the light, a creature unlike anything she had ever seen. It shimmered with an inner glow, its delicate wings folded tight against its body. It seemed almost human, but with features too perfect, too luminous. A tiny wisp of magic given form. It was sleeping, and as Leora reached out with trembling fingers, she thought she heard, just for a moment, a soft sound that hadn't existed in the forest for a long, long time. A breath. The creature stirred. Chapter 2. The Tiny Light. The little creature shifted, a tremor running through its glowing form like ripples across a pond. Leora drew her hand back instinctively, unsure whether she had done something wrong. But then the creature uncurled, slowly, as if waking from a dream too deep to fully leave behind. It hovered just above the mossy ground, rising like a soap bubble caught in an invisible current. Its wings, delicate as spider silk, unfurled with a faint crystalline hum. In the muted light of the forest, its glow seemed almost blinding. A warm gold pulsing, gently in rhythm, with some invisible heartbeat. Leora knelt motionless, hardly daring to breathe. The creature blinked large, luminescent eyes, violet shot through with silver, and focused on her. For a moment, neither moved. Then the creature spoke. Its voice was no louder than a whisper, but it filled the air, seeming to vibrate through the bones of the forest itself. "Who are you?" Leora swallowed, heart hammering against her ribs. She opened her mouth but found it dry. When she finally managed to speak, her voice cracked slightly. "I'm Leora," she said, her voice barely more than a breath. "I come from the village beyond the hills." The creature tilted its head, studying her with a curious intensity that made Leora's skin prickle. Then it spoke again. "You should not be here." There was no malice in the words, only sadness, heavy and old, like the scent of rotting leaves. "I had to know," Leora said. "Everyone says the forest is cursed, but no one knows why. I wanted to see for myself." She hesitated, then added in a smaller voice, "I wanted to help if I could." For a long moment, the creature said nothing. Then, slowly, it floated down and settled on a stone near her feet, its glow dimming slightly, as if conserving its strength. "I am Serene," it said at last, "and you are right. The forest is cursed. It sleeps under a spell that not even time can break." Leora shifted closer, sitting cross-legged in the damp moss. "How did it happen?" she asked. "Who did this?" Serene's wings drooped. Tiny motes of golden light drifted from him like falling ash. "Long ago," he said, his voice slow with exhaustion, "the heart tree at the center of the forest kept all life awake and strong. Its roots touched every tree, every river, every creature. But one day, darkness found a crack in the roots, a wound left by sorrow and betrayal. The heart tree faltered, and the spell of sleep spread out like a fog, swallowing everything." He shivered, his entire body trembling like a flame about to go out. "I tried to resist it," Serene said, his voice faltering, "but I was too small, too weak. I was supposed to guard the dreams of the forest, but when the curse came, I too fell into slumber, until you found me." Leora felt a pang of something sharp and fierce in her chest. Pity, yes, but also a strange kinship. She knew what it was to feel small and helpless. She reached out again, more confidently this time, and Serene floated onto her palm, his light warming her cold fingers. "What can we do?" she asked. "Can we wake the forest?" Serene's glow pulsed brighter for a moment, almost like a smile. "There may still be a way," he said, "but it is dangerous. The heart tree slumbers at the center of the forest, deeper than any dream. To reach it, we must travel through the dreamscapes, the places where sleeping memories have taken root. They are unstable, full of illusions, traps, and lost souls." Leora nodded, heart hammering harder with every word. "I'll do it," she said. "I have to try." Serene regarded her solemnly, his tiny face unreadable. Then he stretched out his hands, if they could be called that, and brushed her wrist. A warmth spread up Leora's arm, and suddenly, the mist around her seemed to part slightly, revealing a faint, shimmering path leading deeper into the woods. "Then we must hurry," Serene said. "The longer the heart tree sleeps, the closer the darkness comes to consuming everything. Not just the forest, but your village too. Dreams and waking life are not as separate as you might think." Leora rose to her feet, clutching Serene gently against her chest. She looked ahead, where the mist thickened and shifted like a living thing. The path looked perilous, vanishing into shadows too deep to see through. But for the first time since stepping into the forest, Leora felt a flicker of hope. Small, yes, fragile, but real. And sometimes, she thought, even the smallest light was enough to push back the dark. Chapter 3: Awakening Sparks. The mist thickened around them as Leora followed the faint, glimmering path that Serene had revealed. The world outside the narrow track faded into a swirling mass of grey and white. Above, the towering trees stood still as statues, their bare branches clawing silently at the pale sky. The deeper they ventured, the heavier the air grew, pressing down on her shoulders like an invisible weight. Serene hovered beside her, his glow cutting a soft halo through the gloom. Every so often, he would drift closer to her shoulder, as if needing the reassurance of her presence just as much as she needed his. After a while, Leora realized that even Serene's light was flickering, growing weaker the further they traveled. His tiny wings beat slower, his head drooped. It was like watching a candle sputtering against a rising storm. She stopped walking. "You're getting weaker," she said quietly. Serene tried to straighten in the air, but sagged again. "The curse, it feeds on magic," he whispered, "especially waking magic. I have not been awake long enough to build my strength." Leora frowned, biting her lip. "What can we do? I can't lose you. Not now." Serene's silver-violet eyes dimmed as he drifted lower, struggling even to stay aloft. "There is a way," he said, "but you must be willing to share some of your lifelight with me." Leora blinked. "My lifelight?" Serene nodded slowly. "The energy that burns inside all living things, dreams, hopes, memories. Here in the forest's heart, that light is stronger than magic." He paused, as if gauging her reaction. "But it is not without risk. Too much given, and you could lose yourself, forget who you are, sleep like the others." A chill ran down Leora's spine. She glanced around at the frozen forest, the still animals, the silent streams. Was this what had happened to them? Had they given too much? And yet, if she did nothing, Serene would fade, and with him, the last chance to wake the heart tree. "I'll do it," she said firmly. Her voice trembled, but she forced herself to stand tall. "Tell me how." Serene's expression softened. For the first time, she thought she saw something like pride flicker across his tiny face. "Close your eyes," he instructed, "and think of the strongest dream you have, the one that keeps you moving, even when everything else stands still." Leora obeyed. She closed her eyes and dug deep inside herself, searching past fear, past uncertainty. She found it, buried, but stubborn. A dream of a world full of wonder, of waking up each day and finding something new and beautiful, of belonging to the forest, to something greater than herself. The dream bloomed inside her like a spark catching dry tinder. She felt Serene's tiny hands brush against her forehead, and suddenly warmth exploded outward from her chest. It raced through her veins, filled her fingertips, lifted her hair like a rising breeze. Her heart beat wildly, each thud sending a pulse of golden light into the misty gloom. When she opened her eyes, she gasped. The forest around them shimmered faintly. The trees, though still asleep, seemed to breathe just barely. The river's frozen surface quivered, as if dreaming of running again. Flowers bloomed briefly beneath her feet, only to fade back into slumber once more. And Serene, he was ablaze. His glow was no longer a faint flicker, but a steady, radiant light that pushed the mist back with every beat of his wings. His eyes burned with new life, vibrant and sharp. "Thank you," he said, his voice stronger now, ringing like a tiny bell in the silence. "You have given me more than you know." Leora staggered slightly, suddenly dizzy. Serene zipped to her side in an instant, steadying her with a touch. "Careful," he said gently. "You have sacrificed part of yourself. You must move carefully now. The deeper we go, the more the forest will try to steal it from you." "I'll be fine," Leora said, though her voice was thin. She straightened her spine, ignoring the way the world wobbled at the edges of her vision. "We have to keep going." Serene nodded, and together, they stepped once more into the unknown. But something had changed. The forest knew they were there now. The mist twisted and coiled like living fingers. The ground beneath their feet seemed to sigh and shift, uneasy. A low hum, almost imperceptible, vibrated through the roots and stones, a warning. They were no longer unnoticed travelers. The sleeping forest was beginning to stir, and not everything that slept wished to be awakened. Chapter 4: The Dream Map. The deeper they walked into the forest, the more the air changed. It wasn't just mist anymore. The very texture of reality seemed to shift, as if Leora were walking through layers of dreams piled one atop the other. Shapes formed and faded in the corners of her eyes, shimmering figures, whispering streams, flashes of light that vanished when she turned to look. Serene stayed close, his newly bright glow the only constant in the shifting world around them. Yet even his light seemed strained, bending oddly as if the air itself didn't want it there. "We are nearing the edge," Serene said quietly. "The edge of what?" Leora asked, her voice hushed in the strange, thickened world. "Of the waking forest," he replied. "Beyond this place lie the dreamscapes, the pockets of living memory where the forest's mind still stirs. They are like islands adrift in a sea of sleep." Leora shivered, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. "How do we find the heart tree through all that?" Serene hesitated midair, frowning. "There was once a map," he said, "not made of paper or ink, but woven from the dreams of the forest itself. A living map. It was hidden when the curse fell, shattered and scattered across the sleeping memories." He looked up at her, a glint of determination returning to his silver-violet eyes. "If we can find the pieces, we can navigate the dreamscapes safely. Without it, we would be lost forever, trapped in endless slumber." Leora nodded, trying to push aside the gnawing fear creeping up her spine. "Where do we start?" Before Serene could answer, the ground beneath them shifted with a low, resonant thrum. The mist parted, just a little to reveal an ancient clearing ahead, ringed by blackened oaks, whose bark was etched with glowing sigils. In the center of the clearing stood a pedestal of white stone, cracked and covered in thick vines. Above it floated a small orb of light, pulsing weakly, like the dying ember of a star. "The heart of the map," Serene whispered, awe thick in his voice. "Or what remains of it." They approached cautiously. Leora felt the hum of old magic vibrating through her bones, ancient and sorrowful. The orb flickered as they drew near, and a wave of sadness washed over her so strongly that tears pricked her eyes. Memories not her own filled her mind, flashes of green glades, sparkling rivers, laughter echoing among the trees. Then the sudden shock of silence, the choking fog of endless sleep. She stumbled, but Serene steadied her, his tiny hands pressing gently against her temple. "It is trying to remember itself," he said softly, "but it is broken. We must help it." "How?" Leora whispered, her voice trembling. "Offer it a memory," Serene said. "A piece of your own dream, something strong enough to rekindle the map's heart." Leora hesitated. She thought of her earlier dream, the fierce yearning for wonder, for belonging. Was that enough? Or would the forest need something more? Closing her eyes, she summoned a different memory. Her mother's voice singing by the hearth on winter nights. The feeling of warm bread in her hands after a long day's work. The time she had danced alone in the rain, spinning and laughing where no one could see her. A memory of simple, stubborn joy. She pressed her hand to the cold stone pedestal and let the memory flow out of her. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, the orb flared bright gold, fierce and sudden, casting long shadows across the clearing. The vines recoiled from the pedestal with a hissing sound. The ground shook, and the blackened trees shuddered, as if waking from a nightmare. The orb split into fragments, 7 pieces of light that shot out in different directions, vanishing into the swirling mist beyond the clearing. Leora gasped. What happened? Serene's wings buzzed urgently. "The map is reassembling itself," he said, "but the pieces are scattered. Each fragment now rests within a different dreamscape, hidden and guarded by the forest's sleeping memories." He turned to her, solemn. "We must find them all. Only when the map is whole can it lead us safely to the heart tree." Leora squared her shoulders. Fear gnawed at her, but a stronger feeling swelled inside, resolve. "Where do we start?" she asked. Serene lifted a hand and traced a glowing line in the air. A faint trail of golden motes appeared, leading deeper into the mist. "Follow the dreams," he said. "But beware, not all dreams are kind." With Serene at her side, and the trail before her, Leora stepped forward into the unknown. Behind them, in the shadows beyond the clearing, something stirred, watching, waiting, and smiling. Chapter 5. The Forgotten Meadow. The path of golden motes led them away from the clearing, winding deeper into the mist-shrouded woods. With each step, the world around Leora shifted further, until the forest she knew was left far behind. The trees grew thinner, stretching into spindly, leafless forms, and the earth beneath her boots softened into cool, springy grass. A strange stillness settled over everything, a thick, heavy silence that pressed against her ears. Even Serene, usually a constant flickering presence at her shoulder, hovered close without speaking, his glow muted to a pale halo. The mist ahead began to thin, revealing a new landscape. Before her stretched an endless meadow, rolling gently like a sea of green under a faded sky. Wildflowers bloomed in chaotic, vibrant bursts, crimson, sapphire, gold, and violet, but their petals hung motionless, suspended in the air, as if time itself had forgotten to pass here. It should have been beautiful, but something about it felt deeply wrong. Leora took a tentative step forward. The grass bent under her feet without making a sound. Serene floated beside her, his small face grave. "We have crossed into the first dreamscape," he said. "This is a memory, the echo of a place that once lived." Leora looked around. "Whose memory?" Serene hesitated. "Not a who," he said finally. "A when. This meadow is a fragment of the forest's own dream of itself, a time when it was awake and alive." That explained the aching sadness that throbbed in the air, like a song she couldn't quite hear. As they moved deeper into the meadow, Leora noticed figures among the flowers. At first she thought they were statues, people and animals, frozen mid-motion, draped in blossoms and vines. But when she looked closer, she realized they were made of mist and light, insubstantial but hauntingly detailed. There was a young woman with her arms flung wide, laughing silently at the sky. A boy with a wooden flute tucked under his chin, his fingers poised above invisible strings. A wolf, mid-leap, forever suspended, just above the ground. Memories, trapped like insects in amber. Serene flew closer to one of the figures. A great stag, its antlers crowned with tiny white flowers. "These are dream creatures," he said softly. "They are echoes of what was, but the longer they remain trapped, the more they forget what they were meant to be." He gave Leora a grim look. "If we linger too long, they may try to trap us here as well." A shiver crawled up Leora's spine. "We need to find the map fragment," she said, her voice firm. Serene nodded. "It will be at the meadow's heart, the place where the memory is strongest. But be careful. The dream creatures may not recognize us as strangers. They may see us as part of their dream." They set off toward the center of the meadow. The flowers grew taller as they walked, some reaching past Leora's waist, brushing against her arms with soft velvet touches that left trails of glittering pollen on her skin. The air thickened, the world around her blurred and shimmered. And then, "Leora!" A voice rang out across the meadow, clear and bright. Leora froze. She knew that voice. She turned, and there, among the flowers, stood a figure she hadn't seen in years. Her brother, Serene, smiling, waving, alive. But that was impossible. Serene had left the village seasons ago, seeking work in a distant city. They hadn't heard from him in months. No letters, no messages. A heavy fear had settled in her heart, a dread she refused to name. And yet here he was, laughing as if no time had passed, his hair catching the light just the way she remembered. "Leora," he called again. "Come see. I found something wonderful." She took a stumbling step toward him before Serene zipped in front of her, his tiny face fierce. "No," he said sharply. "It's not real. It's a dream wearing his face." Leora's heart twisted painfully. "But that is how the meadow traps you," Serene said. "It shows you what you most want to see. If you follow it, you will be lost." Tears blurred Leora's vision. Serene was still calling to her, beckoning with a handful of wild flowers. His smile was so familiar, so warm. "Remember who you are," Serene urged, tugging at her sleeve. "Remember why you came." Leora closed her eyes, breathing hard. She thought of the frozen squirrel, the silent river, the blackened trees. She thought of Serene's fading light, of the heart tree sleeping under a blanket of sorrow. She thought of her promise to try, even if it meant walking into fear. When she opened her eyes, Serene's figure was dimmer, his smile flickering like a candle guttering in the wind. I'm sorry, she whispered. She turned away. The meadow sighed, a sound like wind through dead leaves. The dream creatures shivered where they stood, their forms unraveling slightly, but none moved to stop her. Ahead, at the very center of the meadow, a circle of ancient stones rose from the grass. Hovering above them was a shard of golden light, spinning slowly, a fragment of the dream map. Leora approached carefully. The grass around the stones had wilted, the flowers drooping as if mourning. The shard pulsed gently as she reached out, warm and humming against her skin. The moment her fingers brushed it, light exploded outward. The meadow blurred and wavered. The dream creatures turned their faces toward her, not with anger, but with something like gratitude, and began to fade, their forms unraveling into golden mist that drifted up into the sky. The memory was ending. The dream was finally ready to rest. The shard settled into Leora's hand, its glow sinking into her skin with a soft sigh. She felt a tug deep in her chest, as if the forest itself had recognized her. One piece down, Firen said, hovering at her side. His voice was warm, proud. Leora nodded, tucking the shard safely into the leather pouch at her belt. She turned back toward the misty path that had reappeared at the meadow's edge. Let's find the next one, she said. But somewhere beyond the mist, something had taken notice of them. And this time, it would not let them pass so easily. Chapter 6, Echoes of the Past. The mist closed in behind them, swallowing the meadow like a dream forgotten upon waking. Leora tightened her hand around the pouch where the map fragment now rested, feeling its warmth pulse faintly against her side. Firen hovered close, his glow steadier than before, but still cautious, alert. They followed the path of shimmering motes once again, deeper into the sleeping heart of the forest. The land around them shifted gradually, at first so slowly that Leora barely noticed. The vibrant greens of the meadow gave way to deeper hues. Ancient, moss-laden trees loomed from the mist, their twisted roots sprawling like gnarled hands. Stones rose from the earth in strange, unnatural patterns. Circles, spirals, runes etched in languages too old to read. There was an ache in the air here, a heaviness that pressed against Leora's chest. It wasn't fear, it was grief. We are close to a memory well, Firen murmured. His voice was a soft thread in the thick silence, a place where the strongest dreams of the forest gather, the ones too heavy to drift away. A memory well? Leora asked. She touched the nearest tree, feeling the bark thrum faintly under her fingertips. Yes, Firen said. Memories of great joy, or great sorrow. They sink deep into the ground, shaping the land around them. Sometimes, he hesitated, his wings fluttering uneasily. Sometimes they even take form. Leora swallowed hard. What kind of form? We must be ready for anything, was all he said. They stepped cautiously into a clearing where the mist thickened once more, coiling at their ankles like smoke. In the center of the clearing, a hollow had been worn into the earth, its edges lined with smooth stones. At the center of the hollow, a pool of liquid light shimmered, silver and gold swirling together in slow, mesmerizing currents. The memory well. Drawn forward as if in a dream, Leora knelt at its edge. Reflections shifted across the surface of the water, not her own, but others. Images of the forest, alive and awake, filled the pool. Children running between towering oaks, rivers singing over their beds of stone, deer and wolves drinking side by side at moonlit lakes. And then, the images changed. She saw the heart tree, enormous and radiant, its trunk wider than a dozen houses, its branches stretched skyward, bearing leaves of every color imaginable. Creatures circled it, singing songs without words. Guardians, robed in colors of earth and sky, tended to its roots with hands glowing with magic. But the joy was short-lived. Darkness crept into the edges of the vision, a black mist that slithered into the forest's veins. Trees withered, rivers dried. The heart tree trembled, its leaves falling like tears. The guardians fought, but the darkness was clever, seeding doubt and fear. One by one, the protectors faltered. Among them, Leora saw a figure, a guardian cloaked in silver and green, standing alone before the heart tree, their head bowed in shame. "Who is that?" Leora whispered. Firen hovered above the pool, his glow dimming. "I don't know," he said slowly, "but I feel He clutched his tiny chest, his expression pained. I feel as if I should. The image shifted again, showing a moment that made Leora's blood run cold. The guardian turning away from the heart tree, opening their arms to the black mist, inviting it in. The curse had not been a simple accident. It had been betrayal. Leora recoiled from the memory well, her heart pounding. We have to move, Firen said urgently. We have learned enough here, but it was too late. The mist around them thickened, rising up like walls. Shapes began to form, first vague, then sharper. Dozens of figures coalesced from the swirling air, memories given form, guardians frozen in time. Their faces blank, their arms reaching. Are they real? Leora asked, backing away. Not truly, Firen said grimly. They are echoes, shadows clinging to what they once were. But here, in the well's influence, they can touch you. And if they do, he didn't need to finish. Leora could feel the pull already, an invisible tugging at her mind, trying to drown her in memories, not her own. The figures closed in. Run, Firen cried. Leora turned and sprinted, her boots slipping on the slick moss. The mist swirled violently, shapes lunging from the corners of her vision. Cold hands brushed her arms. Trying to pull her back, she gritted her teeth and pushed forward, following the faint golden trail. Firen cast ahead of them like a lifeline. They burst through a thicket of tangled vines, the mist thinning just enough to reveal a winding path of ancient stones. The moment her foot touched the first stone, the pull of the memory well broke. The ghostly figures recoiled, hissing like steam, and melted back into the mist. Leora stumbled to a halt, gasping for breath. Firen hovered beside her, his glow returning slowly. You are strong, he said, his voice full of wonder. Most would have been lost in the well's grasp. Leora shook her head, trying to steady her racing heart. I couldn't let it take me, she said. We're too close now. I can feel it. Firen nodded. The past will try to hold you, he warned. But you must remember, the past is not the present, and it is not the future. Leora touched the pouch at her side where the fragment of the dream map still pulsed warmly. Two pieces now, a shard of the map and a shard of truth. A betrayal had poisoned the heart tree, but who had done it? And why? The questions gnawed at her as they continued down the ancient stone path, deeper into the sleeping forest, where even greater trials awaited. Chapter 7. The River That Sings. The path of ancient stones wound downward, sloping through twisted woods, whose branches arched overhead like the ribs of a sleeping beast. Leora moved carefully, feeling the weight of the forest pressing closer with each step. The mist had thinned, but in its place came a humming sound, a low, melodic vibration that seemed to seep up from the ground itself. Firen drifted ahead, his glow steady but subdued. We are close to the river, he said, his voice almost reverent. The river that sings. The river sings, Leora repeated, eyebrows raised. Yes, Firen said. It is one of the oldest parts of the forest. Its waters hold memory, just as the trees and stones do. But the river remembers in songs, riddles, echoes of truths hidden long ago. He paused, glancing at her seriously. To cross it, we must listen, and we must answer. Leora nodded, tightening her grip on the leather strap of her satchel. Every step forward now felt heavier, as if unseen eyes were tracking their progress. At last they emerged from the trees, and there it was, the river. It stretched wide before them, a gleaming expanse of silver water so still that it mirrored the sky perfectly. Banks of pale grass framed it on either side, and jagged stones jutted from the water's surface like broken teeth. In the river's depths, faint glimmers of movement shapes, perhaps fish, perhaps memories slid by, and across the far bank, Leora could see it. A swirling knot of golden light, a second shard of the dream map, spinning lazily just beyond reach. But there were no boats, no bridges, no stepping stones across the surface, just the water and the hum of ancient music rising from its depths. Leora stepped to the water's edge and knelt. The river's surface trembled at her approach, forming ripples that wove together into words. Not written words, but sung, a soft, spectral melody that brushed against her mind. The river was speaking. If you would pass, you must answer, it sang. 3 riddles, woven from memory and dream. Fail, and you will join the song forever. Leora glanced at Fyron, who only nodded gravely. Listen carefully, he said. The river's song rose, sweet and sorrowful. First riddle, I have no voice, yet my words carry far. I have no wings, yet I can fly. I have no form, yet I can shape the sky. What am I? Leora closed her eyes, thinking hard. No voice but carries words, no wings but flies. Shapes the sky. Wind, she whispered aloud. It's the wind. The river's surface rippled approvingly. A silver bridge of mist coiled out from the bank, reaching a little way across the water. The second song began. Slower, darker. Second riddle. I sleep in stone and wake in flame. I drink the air, but perish in rain. What am I? Leora frowned. Stone and flame, air and rain. A memory flickered. The village blacksmith hammering red-hot iron while the fire roared. Fire, she said firmly. It's fire. Another section of the mist bridge unfurled across the river, the way now halfway formed. The third melody rose, a thinner, sadder song. Third riddle, I bind the living and the dead. I weave through joy, I weave through dread. No blade can cut me, no wall can stop me. What am I? This one gave her pause. Bind the living and the dead, weave through joy and dread. Unbreakable, unstoppable. She thought about the forest, about the sleeping creatures, the frozen memories. Memory, she said softly. It's memory. The river was silent for a moment. Then it shivered from bank to bank, and the full bridge of mist solidified, leading straight to the far shore. Fyron spun in the air excitedly. You did it, he cried. Quickly now, before the river changes its mind. Leora stepped onto the mist bridge. It held her weight, though the ground felt insubstantial beneath her boots, like standing atop a cloud. Step by careful step, they crossed the gleaming water. Halfway across, Leora glanced down. Shapes moved beneath the surface, faces, hands, entire figures drifting in slow, dreamlike currents. Some smiled at her, others reached upward as if longing for her to fall. Their mouths opened and closed in silent songs, their eyes glassy with forgotten dreams. She forced herself to look ahead. At last, they reached the opposite bank. The shard of the dream map hovered just above a smooth stone. It pulsed softly, as if aware of her presence. Leora reached out, and the moment her fingers brushed it, the shard flared, sinking into her skin just as the first one had. A warmth spread through her chest, and for a moment she glimpsed a vision, the heart tree, mighty and proud, glowing like a second sun, and in its shadow, a figure cloaked in green and silver. The betrayer, Leora gasped, staggering back. What did you see? Fyron asked quickly. A guardian, Leora said, her voice shaking. One who turned away. I think they're still out there, maybe even awake. Fyron's face grew grim. Then we are not just racing against time, he said. We are racing against an enemy who knows we are coming. Behind them, the river shuddered, and the bridge of mist dissolved into thin air. There would be no retreat now. Leora tucked the second shard safely away and turned to the dark woods ahead, where the next dreamscape and the next piece of the heart tree's salvation awaited. She squared her shoulders. Let's keep moving, she said, and they plunged once more into the sleeping forest, unaware of the eyes that watched from the deepening shadows. Chapter 8. The Murmuring Thorns. The air grew heavier the farther they traveled from the singing river. Leora's legs ached, her boots weighed down by the thickening mist, and her mind buzzed with half-formed worries she couldn't quite push aside. Every step forward was harder than the last, as if the very ground clung to her feet, reluctant to let her pass. Fyron hovered close, his glow dimmer again despite the 2 fragments of the dream map now safely tucked against Leora's side. This place is different, he said cautiously. It is angrier. Ahead, the path narrowed into a gully framed by 2 rising walls of bramble and thorn. The vines were not the soft green of summer, nor the vibrant golds of autumn, but a deep bruised violet, the color of a storm about to break. Their thorns were long black and gleamed like iron needles. The forest was trying to protect something, or hide it, We have to go through, Leora said. She didn't like how her voice sounded too thin, too uncertain. Yes, Firen agreed grimly. But remember, the thorns here do not only tear at your skin. Leora frowned. What do you mean? Firen turned to face her fully, his silver-violet eyes intense. These thorns murmur, he said. They whisper into your mind. They find your fears, your regrets, and your loneliness, and they sharpen them into weapons. He paused. If you listen too long, you will turn around. You will go back. You will forget why you ever came here at all. A shiver ran through Leora, but she nodded. I'll be careful, she promised. She had come too far to let fear turn her back now. They stepped between the walls of thorns. At first, it was only quiet. The path was narrow, barely wide enough for Leora to walk without the thorns scraping her arms and legs, and twisted sharply, zigzagging through the dense maze. The brambles seemed almost to move, reaching for her, snagging her sleeves and hair. Then, the murmurs began. Soft at first, barely more than a breath against her ear. You should not have come here. You are small, helpless, weak. Leora shook her head and pressed forward, focusing on the golden motes Firen cast ahead of them to light the way. But the voices grew louder, more insistent. You left them behind. You abandoned your mother, your village. They needed you. You chose yourself. No, Leora muttered under her breath. I didn't leave them. I came to save them. The thorns rustled, their whispers rising to a chorus of doubt. Save them. You think you can. You are nothing but a child, dreaming of being a hero. She stumbled, catching herself on a thorned vine. It tore a thin line across her palm, and bright blood welled up, dripping onto the ground. Immediately, the whispers hissed with glee, twisting sharper. There is no heart tree. There is no waking. There is only sleep, and you will join it soon enough. Tears burned at the corners of Leora's eyes. The vines crowded closer, pressing in on all sides. Her breath came faster, shallow, and panicked. Firen darted around her, his voice urgent. Remember who you are, he cried. Remember your dreams. My dreams. Leora gasped. She tried to summon the memory again, the feeling she had offered to the heart of the map, the dream of wonder, of belonging, of waking each morning with hope. But the thorns clawed at it, shredding it with their whispers. You are alone, they insisted. You have always been alone. A sob escaped her lips. She dropped to her knees, clutching her wounded hand, trembling. The thorns crept closer. Leora, Firen shouted, his light flaring bright enough to make the brambles recoil, if only for a moment. You are not alone. I am with you. The forest is with you. Your dream is stronger than their fear. Stronger, stronger, somewhere deep inside, past the cold, past the hurt, past the loneliness. Leora found a tiny ember still burning, not a blazing fire, just a single stubborn spark, but it was enough. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to her feet. I am Leora, she said aloud, her voice shaking but growing stronger. I chose this. I chose to believe. I chose to hope. She wiped her bleeding hand on her tunic, squared her shoulders, and walked forward. The thorns screamed in frustration, their whispers rising to a shrieking cacophony, but they could not stop her. Every step she took burned them back. Every heartbeat she dared to believe pushed the walls farther apart. Finally, at the end of the gully, the brambles parted to reveal a clearing bathed in pale silvery light. At its center floated the third fragment of the dream map. Firen flew to it immediately, wings buzzing in triumph. Leora reached out, and as her fingers brushed the fragment, she felt it merge with the two she already carried. The map inside her heart grew clearer, its lines brightening, its pathways sharpening. 3 pieces found, 4 more to go. She turned back toward the thorn maze, now shrinking behind her like a nightmare fading with morning light. But as they left the clearing, Firen's voice came soft and low. The thorns know your fears now, he said. Next time, they will not whisper, they will shout. Leora nodded grimly. I'll be ready, she said. And with the next piece of the map glowing warmly inside her, she pressed on into the sleeping forest, where darker dreams and deeper truths awaited. Chapter 9, The Keeper of Masks. The thorn maze faded behind them, but its echoes clung to Leora like the scent of smoke after a fire. Even as she walked, a hollow feeling gnawed at her chest, a raw ache where the thorns had torn through her doubts. Fyron stayed close, his light weaving a comforting circle around them both. But he too seemed quieter, his wings beating more slowly in the thick, dream-heavy air. The forest around them grew stranger. Trees leaned inward, their trunks twisted into grotesque shapes, faces, hands, gaping mouths frozen mid-scream. Moss draped every surface like a mourning shroud. The air smelled of old wood, forgotten things, and something sharper beneath it. Something metallic, like the scent of iron. The golden motes that had guided them faltered, dimming to faint embers. Leora paused. "Why are the motes fading?" Fyron frowned. "We are passing into a place beyond the forest's memory," he said. "A place of masks and half-truths." Leora shivered. "What does that mean?" But Fyron did not answer. He simply floated forward, leading her into a vast clearing ringed by ancient broken stones. At the center stood a figure. It was neither man nor beast, but something in between, tall and thin, wrapped in flowing robes stitched from mist and shadow. Its face was hidden behind a mask, white and blank, with only 2 empty holes for eyes. Around its neck hung dozens of other masks, each more elaborate and strange than the last. Some were smiling, some weeping, some snarling in rage. The Keeper of Masks. Leora's heart pounded in her ears. There was power here. Old power. Dangerous power. Fyron landed lightly on her shoulder, whispering in her ear, "Tread carefully. The Keeper deals in truths, but not always whole ones." The Keeper tilted its head slowly as Leora approached, moving like a puppet on invisible strings. When it spoke, its voice was layered, male, female, child and elder all at once, 1,000 echoes woven together. "Seeker," it intoned, "you carry the fragments of the dream map." Lara nodded, wary. "Then you seek the heart tree," said the Keeper. It was not a question. "I do," she said, her voice steady, despite the chill crawling up her spine. The Keeper's hands unfolded from its sleeves, long, thin fingers, pale as bone. It gestured to the masks hanging around its neck. "To find the truth," it said, "you must see beyond lies, beyond dreams, beyond even yourself." It selected 2 masks from its collection and held them out, one in each hand. The first was beautiful, carved from silver and inlaid with sapphires. It radiated warmth and comfort. The second was cracked and blackened, with jagged lines like scars, its hollow eyes filled with shadow. "Choose," the Keeper said. "One mask will show you the truth you seek. The other will show you the truth you fear." Leora's mouth went dry. She looked to Fyron, but the little sprite shook his head silently. This choice was hers alone. She stepped closer. The silver mask gleamed invitingly, promising clarity and hope. The cracked mask, by contrast, seemed to pulse with something darker, something realer. Leora thought about the forest, about the sleeping creatures, about the betrayal she had glimpsed at the memory well. Was she here to be comforted, or to know the truth, no matter how much it hurt? Her hand trembled as she reached out and chose the cracked mask. The Keeper did not smile. It simply inclined its head, as if acknowledging a heavy price being paid. "Then see," it whispered. The moment Leora touched the mask, the world around her shattered into shards of light and darkness. She was no longer standing in the clearing. She stood in another time, a place pulled from memory itself. The heart tree loomed above her, radiant and strong. Around it, the forest guardians moved, their hands weaving magic into the soil and sky. But at the base of the great tree, one figure stood apart. Leora recognized them at once, the guardian cloaked in green and silver, the betrayer. But now she could see their face clearly, a woman with hair like woven vines, eyes filled with sorrow. She watched as the woman knelt at the heart tree, hands trembling. "I begged them," the woman whispered, though no one else seemed to hear. "I begged them to listen, to see the darkness coming." The other guardians had turned away from her, their faces cold, their magic bright and blinding. "I tried to protect us," the woman said, "but they would not change. They clung to their old ways." And so she had turned to the darkness. Not out of cruelty, not out of hatred, but out of desperation and grief. The curse had been born not from malice, but from a wounded heart that believed it had no other choice. Leora's vision blurred with tears. Then the woman turned, and for an instant, her gaze met Leora's. "Will you make the same mistake?" she asked softly. The vision shattered. Leora staggered back, gasping, as the mask crumbled to dust in her hand. She was back in the clearing. The keeper stood silently, the silver mask still gleaming in its other hand. "You have seen," the keeper said. "You have chosen the harder path." Leora pressed a hand to her chest, feeling the weight of the vision settle into her bones. "I understand," she whispered. "I have to find another way. Not through anger, not through fear." The keeper bowed slightly. "Then take this," it said, and from its sleeve it produced a small, delicate token, a shard of mirror, catching the light. "The mirror of true sight," Serene breathed. "It will show illusions for what they are, but beware, sometimes illusions are kinder than truth." Leora accepted the mirror with trembling hands, slipping it into her pouch beside the map fragments. Without another word, the keeper turned and drifted back into the mist, vanishing like a ghost at dawn. Silence fell over the clearing. Leora stood alone, the weight of what she had learned pressing down on her like a second sky. But beneath the fear, a new determination kindled, a fierce, burning hope. She would not repeat the betrayer's mistake. She would not let fear decide her path. With Serene at her side, and the mirror of true sight in her hand, she turned toward the next dreamscape where even deeper shadows awaited. Chapter 10. The Moonlit Orchard. The mist parted like a curtain as Leora stepped forward, her breath catching in her throat at the sight before her. An orchard stretched out under a vast silver sky, rows upon rows of trees, with trunks twisted into graceful spirals, their branches heavy with glowing fruit. Each piece hung low, casting soft pools of colored light onto the ground. Red, gold, pale blue, deep violet. The air was heavy with the scent of ripened sweetness, and something sharper underneath, a note of sadness, like a song played in a minor key. Above, the sky was neither day nor night. A pale moon, larger than any she had ever seen, dominated the heavens, casting the orchard in a ghostly, endless twilight. Serene hovered close, his wings buzzing faintly in the strange heavy air. "This is the second dreamscape," he murmured. The moonlit orchard. Leora took a cautious step onto the soft, mossy ground. Beneath her boots, the earth pulsed faintly, as if breathing. "What is this place?" she asked, voice hushed by the solemn stillness. "Once, it was a place of celebration," Serene said. "The guardians would gather here beneath the heart tree's light, sharing dreams, songs, and laughter. But when the curse fell, even their memories twisted. Now they wander here, caught between waking and sleep," he pointed. And then Leora saw them. Figures moved among the trees, tall, robed guardians, their faces obscured by hoods or veils of mist. They drifted aimlessly, touching the glowing fruit, murmuring to themselves in voices too soft to hear. Some wept silently, others laughed in hollow, broken tones. None noticed her or Serene, none broke their endless circling path. "They're trapped," Leora said, her heart aching. "Yes," Serene said, "and we must not join them." He gestured toward the center of the orchard, where a great tree stood, twice as tall as the others, its bark silvered with frost, its branches arching high like cathedral arches. At its base floated another shard of the dream map, its golden light barely visible through the heavy mist. "We need to reach the heart of the orchard," Serene said. Leora nodded grimly and set off between the rows of trees. It was harder than it looked. The guardians wandered unpredictably, crossing her path at odd intervals. The moment she came too close to one, she felt a strange tug at her mind, a pulling sensation, like a current trying to drag her under. Thoughts not her own whispered at the edges of her consciousness. Stay, forget, sleep. Each guardian radiated a powerful gravity of sorrow, drawing her toward the same endless dream-wandering fate. Serene buzzed urgently around her, keeping her focused. "Don't touch them," he warned. "Don't listen too closely. Their dreams are traps." Still, it became harder to resist. Memories swirled in the orchard's mist, visions of home, of warm fires and familiar faces, promises of peace, promises of rest. Every step forward was a battle against the aching temptation to let go. Leora gritted her teeth and pressed on. At last, they reached the clearing at the orchard's center. The great tree towered above her, its bark shimmering like glass under the moonlight. The dream map shard floated just beyond the roots, pulsing faintly. She approached cautiously, and that was when the guardians noticed her. A collective whisper rose from the orchard, the wandering figures turning their hidden faces toward her as one, their hands lifted, not in greeting, but in pleading. "Stay," they murmured. "Join us. Rest." Dozens of them began drifting toward her, their movements gaining speed. Leora's heart pounded. She reached for the mirror of true sight that hung around her neck, a gift from the Keeper of Masks. "Use it," Fyron urged. "See them as they truly are." Leora lifted the mirror. In its cracked surface, the orchard transformed. The beautiful, glowing fruit, blackened and withered. The guardians' robes rotted away, revealing hollow forms, empty shells of light, drained of all substance. Their faces were not peaceful, but twisted in anguish, trapped forever in dreams they could no longer control. The illusion broke, and the truth was terrible. Tears stung Leora's eyes, but she steeled herself. These were not beings who could be saved by joining them. They were prisoners, and if she hesitated, she would be too. Clutching the mirror tightly, she raced forward. The guardians reached out, spectral hands grasping, but she ducked and weaved through them, her body moving by sheer will. At the base of the great tree, the shard hung just within reach. Leora leapt, her fingers brushed the shard, and the world exploded in light. When she opened her eyes, she was kneeling at the base of the tree. The shard of the dream map fused to the others she carried. The orchard was fading around her, trees dissolving into mist, guardians vanishing like smoke. A voice, soft and broken, echoed through the clearing. "Thank you." Leora looked up but saw no one. Only the great tree, its trunk pulsing once before it, too faded away. Fyron landed on her shoulder, his tiny hands resting lightly against her hair. "You freed them," he said softly. "Their memory was a cage. You helped them remember what they had forgotten, that dreams must end, so life can begin again." Leora nodded, too overcome to speak. 4 shards now. The dream map was over halfway complete, but the path ahead would only grow darker and more dangerous. Beyond the orchard, the mist gathered once more, forming a tunnel of shadow and light, waiting, watching, and somewhere far away, deep in the dreaming heart of the forest, the betrayer stirred. Chapter 11, Fyron's Secret. The moonlit orchard faded into mist behind them, and with it, the comforting glow of memory. The path ahead grew narrower, darker. The ancient trees seemed to hunch lower, their branches twisted like hands wringing in despair. The very ground felt brittle, as if the wrong step might crack the world open. Fyron flew ahead in silence, his usual bright light dimmed to a mere flicker. Leora watched him, a knot tightening in her chest. He had been quiet since they left the orchard. Too quiet. At first, she said nothing, thinking he only needed time. But as the mist thickened and the air grew colder, his silence began to throb against her senses like a bruise. She could feel his distress, even if he said nothing. At last, when the path widened into a small clearing, a hollow, surrounded by ivy-clad stones, Leora stopped. "Fyron," she said gently, "please, talk to me." The tiny sprite hovered for a moment, his back turned to her. His wings beat a slow, unsteady rhythm, barely enough to keep him aloft. Then, slowly, he drifted down to a mossy stone, and perched there, his glow shrinking to the size of a candle's flame. "There's something I should have told you sooner," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. Leora knelt before him, trying to catch his gaze. "It's okay," she said. "Whatever it is, we'll face it together." Fyron lifted his head at last, and the look in his eyes made her heart ache. A mixture of shame, grief, and fear. "I was once a guardian of the heart tree," he said. "Long ago, before the curse." Leora's breath. She had suspected in small ways, but to hear it spoken aloud made the truth heavier, sharper. "You?" she said softly. "But you're small?" Fyron gave a faint, humorless smile. "I was not always like this. I was once," he struggled for words, "greater." stronger. I carried dreams like rivers in my hands. I sang the seasons into being. Leora stared, awed and horrified all at once. What happened? Fyron bowed his head, his glow dimming further. When the darkness came, when the heart tree faltered, I failed. I was entrusted with its dreams, with guarding the deepest hopes of the forest. But I was afraid, when the shadows crept into the roots, when they whispered promises of peace, of easy sleep, I hesitated. He closed his eyes, trembling, and in that hesitation, the heart tree weakened. The curse took hold, and he touched his chest, where the faint pulse of his light struggled to beat. I was broken, shattered. What you see now is only a fragment of who I once was. The mist swirled thickly around them. Somewhere distant, a low moaning wind stirred the sleeping woods. Leora reached out, laying her hand gently beside him. "You're not broken," she said firmly. "You're still fighting. You woke up. You helped me find the map pieces. You're still guarding the heart tree in the only way you can." Fyron looked up at her, hope flickering weakly in his silver-violet eyes. "But what if I fail again?" he whispered. "What if, when the final moment comes, I hesitate once more?" "You won't," Leora said, with a certainty she hadn't known she possessed. "Because you're not alone anymore." A long silence stretched between them. Then slowly, Fyron's glow brightened a little. The smallest ember of hope rekindled. "There's something else," Fyron said quietly. "The betrayer, the one you saw in the memory well. The one who opened the way to the curse." Leora tensed. "She was one of us," Fyron said. "One of the heart tree's guardians. She was powerful, respected, loved." He hesitated. "She was my sister." The words dropped like stones into the stillness. Leora stared at him, stunned. "You mean—" "Her name was Lysara," Fyron said. "She believed she could save the forest in her own way. When the elders refused to change, refused to see the warning signs, she sought out forbidden paths. She let the darkness in, thinking she could control it." He shook his head, his tiny fists clenched. "I tried to stop her, but I was too late. I was too weak." Leora felt the full weight of the revelation settle over her. This wasn't just a battle against a nameless evil. This was a family torn apart by fear, pride, and sorrow. "You loved her," Leora said quietly. Fyron nodded, tears like tiny stars welling in his eyes. "I still do." A long silence passed between them. Finally, Fyron lifted his head, his voice steadier. "When we face her," he said, "I may falter, I may hesitate again, but you must not. You must do what I could not." Leora's heart twisted. "I won't give up on you," she said fiercely. "Or her." Fyron stared at her for a long moment. Then slowly, a small sad smile crossed his face. "Maybe," he said, "there is still hope after all." The golden motes began to gather again, reforming a path through the mist. The next dreamscape awaited, and with it, the next shard of the dream map. But now Leora knew. This was not just about lifting a curse. It was about healing a wound that had never truly closed, one woven deep into the heart of the forest itself. And if they failed, the heart tree and everything it once stood for might never wake again. Leora tightened the strap of her satchel across her shoulder, feeling the fragments of the map pulsing like a heartbeat against her side. "Come on," she said. "We're not done yet." Fyron rose beside her, his wings beating stronger now, his glow brighter. Together, they stepped once more into the sleeping woods, toward whatever trials awaited them next. Chapter 12: The Tower of Silence. The mist coiled around Leora and Fyron as they pressed forward, the golden motes flickering weakly, their light strained by the deepening gloom. The forest around them had changed again. Gone were the twisted trees and thorny vines. Here the ground was barren, black earth cracked and split, as if great roots had been ripped from it long ago. No birds sang, no winds stirred, only an oppressive silence smothered the world. And rising from the heart of this dead land was the tower. It stood impossibly tall and narrow, built from smooth, pale stone that shimmered faintly under the grey light. It had no windows, no banners, no signs of life. Just a single narrow door at its base, standing ajar as if inviting or daring them to enter. "The Tower of Silence," Fyron said, his voice tight with unease. "It was once a place of reflection, where guardians came to confront their past before taking their vows to protect the heart tree. Leora stared up at the tower. It seemed to pull at her, drawing her forward with a gravity stronger than fear. Now, Firen continued, it is twisted, corrupted. It preys on regret. Once you enter, it will try to trap you in your own memories. It will make you relive the moments you most wish to forget. He hovered before her, tiny hands pressing against her arm. If you lose yourself, you may never find your way out. Leora nodded, throat tight. I have to try. Without waiting for another breath, she stepped through the door. Inside, the tower was dark. Not the simple darkness of night, but a thick, living darkness that seemed to breathe against her skin. The air was cold, dry, and heavy with the scent of dust and old stone. The door swung shut behind her with a soft final click. Firen? She called. No answer. She was alone. Ahead, a narrow spiral staircase wound upward into the dark. Taking a steadying breath, Leora placed her foot on the first step and began to climb. With each step, the air grew heavier, denser, pressing against her chest like invisible hands. Whispers slithered from the walls, soft at first, then louder. Leora, do you remember? She shook her head and kept climbing. The staircase seemed endless, the spiral tightening, pulling her deeper into the heart of something she could not yet name. Then, without warning, the world shifted. The stone steps vanished beneath her feet. She stumbled forward and found herself standing not in the tower, but in her village. The sun was setting, casting long golden shadows across the familiar dirt paths. Smoke curled from chimneys. The scent of baking bread and burning wood filled the air. And there, by the old well, stood her mother. She looked just as Leora remembered, strong, tired, smiling faintly through the lines of worry etched into her face. Her hands were calloused from work, her eyes sharp and kind. Leora, she called, waving. Come home. It's getting late. Leora's heart twisted. Home. For a moment, her feet moved without thinking. She wanted to run to her mother, to fall into her arms, to forget the heavy burden she carried. But something was wrong. The villagers around her were too still, too silent. Their faces were blurred, indistinct, like half-remembered dreams. The colors of the village were too bright, the scents too sharp. An illusion. Stay, the whispering walls urged. Forget the pain, forget the quest. Stay here, where it is safe. Leora pressed a hand to her chest, feeling the shards of the dream map pulsing faintly. I can't, she whispered. Tears welled in her eyes, but she turned away from the familiar path that led home. The village blurred and dissolved like smoke. She was back on the staircase higher now, but the walls pressed closer, and the whispers grew crueler. A second vision swallowed her. She stood in the clearing where she had found Firen. But this time, the forest was already lost. Blackened trees, dead rivers, sky split open with lightning, and Firen lay at her feet, broken, his light fading. You weren't strong enough, a voice hissed from the darkness. You failed him. You failed them all. No? Leora cried, kneeling beside him. Firen's tiny hand reached for her, his eyes full of trust and betrayal. You said you would save us, he whispered. Leora sobbed, pressing her hands against the ground. But it crumbled away into ash. Give up, the whispers urged. You are too small to fix what was broken. Turn back before it consumes you. For a heartbeat she faltered, the weight of her failures crushed against her ribs. Maybe the whispers were right. Maybe she wasn't enough. But then, a memory flared in her mind. Firen's voice, fierce and unwavering. You are not alone. Gritting her teeth, Leora rose. I may be small, she said aloud, the words shaking the walls, but I will not give up. The nightmare shattered, panting, battered. She reached the final stair. A small, round chamber waited at the top of the tower, open to the pale sky above. In the center, resting atop a plinth of dark stone, was the next shard of the dream map, glowing faintly, waiting for her. But something else waited too. A mirror. Unlike the mirror of true sight she carried, this one reflected not her face, but a dozen versions of herself, each twisted by fear, anger, despair. Each one beckoned, whispering different lies. You could have been powerful. You could have stayed safe. You could have been loved if you had only given up. Leora stared at them, her heart hammering. She saw herself as a queen of dreams, cruel and beautiful. She saw herself as a forgotten girl, cradling a broken forest. She saw herself as nothing. She saw all the things she might have become had she made different choices. Tears filled her eyes. "I am who I choose to be," she said. One step at a time, she crossed the room, ignoring the mirrors, ignoring the whispers. She reached out and took the shard. The mirrors shattered with a sound like thunder. The pieces rained down around her, dissolving into mist. The dream map pulsed warmly against her chest, more complete than ever, and the Tower of Silence cracked apart, falling away into nothingness. Leora found herself standing once more in the sleeping forest, Firen hovering anxiously before her. "You did it," he cried, his wings buzzing with relief. Leora swayed on her feet, exhausted but whole. "I almost didn't," she whispered. "But you did," Firen said. "You remembered who you are." Leora smiled weakly. 5 fragments now, only 2 more remained. And the final confrontation with the betrayer, the sister Firen still loved, loomed ever closer. In the distance, the mist stirred, parting just enough to reveal a new path, darker, more twisted, leading deeper into the sleeping world. Leora tightened the strap of her satchel and stepped forward. There was no turning back now. Chapter 13, Awakening the Wilds. The forest seemed to breathe again. The air was no longer dead and still, but thrumming faintly beneath Leora's skin, like a heartbeat just beginning to stir. The path ahead was wild and tangled, roots knotted together, ancient vines hanging like forgotten banners, fallen leaves thick underfoot. But it was alive. Firen darted ahead, weaving bright trails of light through the mist. "The dream map is almost whole," he said, voice brimming with urgency. "The heart tree feels it. The forest feels it." Leora could feel it too, a gathering energy, a current she had never noticed before, rising from the earth, pulsing through the branches overhead. But with that stirring came a warning. The mist no longer floated lazily. It shifted, eddied, recoiled. Something else was awakening too, something that did not want the dream to end. They pressed forward. The deeper they ventured, the stranger the forest became. Trees loomed taller than any Leora had ever seen, their trunks wide enough to house entire villages. Giant ferns unfurled like waking beasts. Massive flowers, glowing faintly in hues of silver and blue, hung heavy from twisting vines. Pools of still water reflected not her own face, but strange skies filled with unfamiliar stars. This was not the forest she knew. "We're crossing into the wilds," Firen explained, hovering beside her. His glow shimmered with excitement and dread. "The wilds are the oldest part of the forest, the dreams of its first breath, before even the heart tree took root. Untamed, untouched by time." Leora moved carefully, brushing aside hanging vines and stepping around the sleeping roots that occasionally shifted as if dreaming themselves. Ahead she glimpsed flickers of movement. At first she thought it was her imagination. But no, creatures stirred, not frozen like the others she had seen, but trapped somewhere between waking and sleep. A massive stag, antlers, heavy with flowering branches, lifted its head slowly, eyes glowing with a distant golden light. A serpent, its scales like mirrors, coiled lazily around a hollow tree. Tiny sprites, smaller even than Firen, blinked awake inside crystal-blossomed bushes, their wings fluttering in slow, uncertain beats. The wilds was stirred, and Leora was at the center of it, but she could feel the resistance too, a deep, bone-chilling force, pressing back against every step she took. A force desperate to keep the forest locked in its endless slumber. They reached a clearing, a wide space where the trees grew in a perfect circle, their roots braided together like fingers clasped in prayer. In the center stood a stone altar, cracked and weathered by time. Above it floated another shard of the dream map, larger than the others, pulsing brightly with desperate, urgent life. Leora moved toward it, but the forest reacted instantly. The ground shuddered, and the trees groaned as if in protest. From the shadows of the wilds, shapes began to form, dark figures woven from mist and root and shadow, with no faces, only hollow sockets where eyes should have been. The dreamless. They are what's left of those who gave up. Firen whispered urgently. Spirits of the wilds who chose eternal sleep over waking. They will try to stop you. The dreamless surged forward. Leora drew the mirror of true sight from her pouch. Its surface caught the dim light of the wilds and threw it outward in a brilliant pulse. The dreamless recoiled, shrieking soundlessly, but they did not vanish. I can't fight them all, Leora said, panic rising in her throat. You don't have to, Firen said. Awaken the wilds. Call them back to themselves. But how? Leora cried. Use what you carry, he urged. Not just the map, not just the mirror, yourself, your dream, her dream. Leora closed her eyes, tuning out the shrieks, the thunder of heavy footsteps pounding the earth. She reached inward, past the fear, past the exhaustion, past the sorrow. She touched the small, stubborn flame that had never gone out. The dream of wonder, of belonging, of waking the world to its own beauty again. She opened her mouth and sang. It was not a song she knew. It rose from somewhere deeper, older, a melody woven of starlight and earth and running rivers. A song of green leaves unfurling, a song of rivers carving valleys, a song of life. The sound burst from her, filling the clearing, echoing through the wilds. The dreamless froze. The ancient trees shivered and began to awaken. Leaves rustled for the first time in an age. Flowers opened their eyes. Roots shifted, lifting from the ground with slow, powerful grace. The dreamless wailed and dissolved into mist, and the wilds, truly awake now, bent their branches low toward Leora in a gesture of reverence. The shard of the dream map floated down into her outstretched hands, merging with the others inside her chest with a brilliant flare of light. For a moment she was no longer just Leora of the village. She was Leora of the forest. A keeper of dreams, a guardian of life. Firen landed lightly on her shoulder, beaming with pride. You did it, he whispered. Leora nodded, tears blurring her vision. She looked around the wilds, the giant trees, the waking beasts, the glittering flowers, and knew that this victory, however small, mattered. A piece of the world had begun to stir, because she had believed, because she had refused to give up. 5 shards of the map. Only 2 remained. Ahead, the mist thickened once more, but this time it was not lifeless. It churned and roiled like a living thing, hiding the final trials they would face before reaching the heart tree. And beyond that mist, Lysara, the sister Firen still loved, the betrayer who might still hold the fate of the entire forest in her hands. Leora squared her shoulders, the living forest whispering around her like a promise. I'm ready, she said, and together she and Firen plunged once more into the deepening dream. Chapter 14. The Betrayer Revealed. The mist ahead twisted like living smoke, thickening into towering walls that seemed to breathe with every step. Leora took. The newly awakened wild stirred behind her, whispering farewell in the rustle of leaves. The slow ripple of ancient branches stretching toward a sky still hidden by dream. Firen hovered at her side, his light steady but dimmer now, as if bracing for a battle he could neither avoid nor truly win. This is it, he said quietly. We're close. She will not hide from us much longer. Leora tightened her grip on the strap of her satchel, feeling the dream map's fragments pulsing warmly against her side. They were nearly complete. The forest itself was stirring back to life because of them. And yet, beneath her determination, a thread of fear wound tighter. This was not just a final guardian or puzzle to solve. This was someone Firen had once loved, someone who had betrayed the heart tree for reasons that deep down, Leora knew were not simple evil. She steeled herself and moved forward. The mist thinned, parting like a tattered veil. They emerged into a vast hollow. It was unlike any place Leora had seen so far in the sleeping forest. The trees here were enormous, gnarled and blackened, their bark cracked and weeping sap that glowed faintly red. The ground was split by deep fissures from which cold mist rose. Overhead, the sky was a swirling vortex of darkness and distant stars, as if the forest had been carved open to the dreams of some other, far older world. And at the center of it all stood Lysara. She was not frozen like the other guardians. She was very much awake. Her cloak of green and silver still shimmered, though it was frayed at the edges and stained by shadow. Her hair hung loose around her shoulders like dark ivy, and her face, so much like Firen's and yet so different, was etched with lines of sorrow and something deeper, a sadness so profound it seemed carved into her very soul. She stood before a twisted mirror of the heart tree, a massive, dying thing whose roots were chained to the cracked earth, its leaves ashen and dry. Lysara turned as they approached, her gaze fixing on them with an expression too complex for Leora to read. "You came," Lysara said. Her voice was soft, lilting, a voice made for lullabies and laments. At last, Firen floated forward, trembling. "Sister," he whispered. Lysara's eyes softened for a heartbeat, then her gaze hardened again, as if she slammed a door shut inside herself. "You should not have woken, little brother," she said. "You should have slept and been safe." Leora stepped forward, heart pounding. "Why did you do it?" she demanded, though her voice was steady. "Why curse the forest? Why betray the heart tree?" Lysara laughed, a sound like the breaking of brittle glass. "Betrayal?" she said bitterly. "Is that what they told you?" She spread her arms wide, gesturing to the dying hollow around them. "Look at what they refused to see," she said. The forest was dying even before the darkness came. The heart tree was weakening. We sang the same songs, tended the same roots, year after year, while the world changed around us. We clung to old magic, blind to the cracks growing beneath our feet. Her voice cracked, and for a moment, Leora saw not a betrayer, but a woman who had tried to hold something precious together and failed. "I begged them to adapt," Lysara said, "to let new dreams take root. But they would not listen. They clung to the past until it crumbled." She turned, her hand resting lightly against the sickly bark of the twisted heart tree. "So I found another way," she whispered, "a way to preserve the forest, even if it had to sleep forever to survive." "But you enslaved it," Firen said, his voice breaking. "You silenced it." Lysara's face twisted in pain. "I saved it," she hissed. "I spared it from death." She looked at Leora then, her gaze sharp and piercing. "And what will you do, girl? Wake it to die again? Wake it to face a world it cannot survive?" Leora's chest tightened. She understood now. Lysara hadn't acted out of hatred. She had acted out of fear and love, warped into something terrible. There was no enemy here, only heartbreak. "We don't have to choose between sleep and death," Leora said, stepping forward. "We can dream new dreams. We can change." Lysara's lips trembled. "You sound like I once did," she said, "before the forest broke me." For a moment, Leora thought she saw a flicker of hope in her eyes. But then the twisted heart tree groaned, and Lysara stiffened. "It's too late," she said. "The curse has grown roots deeper than you can pull. If you wake it fully, the forest will tear itself apart." She raised her hands, and the ground trembled. From the cracked earth, shadows rose, twisted versions of the guardians, their forms hollowed by grief, their eyes burning with lost dreams. "She's calling the dreambound," Firen cried. Leora took a deep breath. She could not fight this the old way, with blades or fire, or even with the mirror of true sight. She had to reach Lysara. Before the final darkness fell, "Firen," she said quietly, "trust me." She stepped forward into the ring of dreambound. They closed in, but Leora didn't lift her hands to fight. Instead she sang, not the song of waking, nor the song of sorrow, but a new melody, woven from the dreams of the wilds, from the memories of the orchard, from the stubborn hope that had carried her this far, a song of forgiveness, a song of change. The dreambound hesitated. Lysara staggered back as if struck, her hand pressed to her chest. Leora's voice rose, and light unfurled from her in golden waves, washing over the dying hollow, weaving into the roots of the twisted heart tree. The ground shook harder, but this time it was not from destruction. It was from rebirth. The darkened heart tree shivered, leaves of pale gold unfurled from brittle branches, roots broke their chains, and Lysara, she sank to her knees, tears spilling down her cheeks. "I wanted to protect it," she whispered. "You still can," Leora said, voice gentle. "Help me wake it." For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then Lysara lifted her hand and joined her song. Together, they wove the music through the hollow, stitching broken dreams back into the soil, into the sky, into the waiting hearts of the sleeping forest. The twisted heart tree burst into full bloom, its light rising like a second dawn. The curse cracked and shattered like glass across the dreaming world. And somewhere, far away, a chorus of voices, the forest itself, breathed again. Leora fell to her knees, exhausted but smiling, as the mist around them began to dissolve into pure, clear air. Fyron landed beside her, tears of joy in his glowing eyes. "You did it," he whispered. "We did it." Lysara knelt before them, her face transformed, not with darkness, but with hope. The forest was waking, and for the first time in what felt like forever, it was alive with possibility. Chapter 15. The Heart Tree's Tears. The forest trembled with the echoes of the broken curse. Mists drifted away like the breath of a sleeping giant exhaled after centuries. The sky above was no longer grey and dreamless, but soft with colour, hues of deep lavender, pale gold, and the first hints of dawn. The trees, once hunched and lifeless, now stood taller, their bark lightened, their branches stirred in wind that hadn't blown in 100 years. And yet, in the deepest part of the forest, one thing remained unchanged. The heart tree still slept. Leora stood before it, awe rising like a tide within her. It was unlike anything she had imagined. The heart tree was vast, its trunk wider than a lake, its bark etched with glowing sigils pulsing faintly like a dying heartbeat. Its roots coiled across the land like great serpents, wrapped around stones, sunken into hills, and reaching deep into the very bones of the earth. Its branches rose higher than sight, disappearing into clouds thick with starlight and memory. It was beautiful. It was ancient, and it was weeping. From the tree's bark flowed slow, glowing rivulets, not sap, but tears. They shimmered as they fell, vanishing before they touched the ground. A quiet, mournful sound filled the air. Not a voice, but a vibration, low and endless, as though the tree was singing a lament for all it had lost. Lysara stood to the side, her robes torn and her face pale with exhaustion. She did not approach. She only bowed her head and whispered, "It grieves still." Even now, Leora stepped closer, heart pounding, the final fragments of the dream map pulsing against her chest. She reached out, pressing her hand to the bark. Warmth met her palm, a heat not of fire, but of something older. Sorrow, memory, longing. Fyron hovered at her shoulder, his light flickering gold and blue. "It knows you," he said softly. "It has watched you all this time." Leora closed her eyes and listened. At first, there was only silence. Then slowly she felt it. A presence, deep and vast and ancient beyond words. Not words, feelings, images, dreams. She saw the forest when it was young. Rivers laughing through valleys, animals dancing beneath leaves, the first guardians planting seeds and singing light into the air. She felt the unity, the joy of all things breathing in harmony. Then, the shattering, the slow unraveling, the fear, the silence, and then the loneliness, so vast and deep it filled the sky. She saw Lysara again, standing at the roots of the heart tree, her hands outstretched, begging it to let go of old ways, and being refused. She saw the moment Lysara chose slumber as mercy, and she saw the heart tree accept it. It allowed the curse, Leora whispered aloud. Her eyes opened slowly, not because it was betrayed, but because it no longer believed it deserved to dream. Fyron shuddered beside her. "It lost hope," he said. Leora nodded. "And now, it weeps, because it doesn't believe it deserves to be saved." She looked up at the tree, her voice cracking. "I understand," she said. "I've doubted too. I've been afraid. I've wanted to sleep forever instead of facing pain." She took a trembling step forward, placing both hands on the bark now. "But you were never alone. Not really. You still held on to the pieces of your dream, even in the dark. You called to me, you waited, and now I've brought them back to you." The dream map fragments flared in her satchel, and then, one by one, lifted into the air. They swirled like fireflies, golden and bright, circling her hands, her heart, her voice. They gathered at the base of the heart tree and sank into the bark. A long silence followed. Then the tree shuddered. Light bloomed along its trunk, Not fast, but slow and steady, like dawn chasing night across the sky. The sigils pulsed brighter. The roots began to hum. The sound that filled the clearing was no longer mourning. It was recognition, a heartbeat, a single, echoing heartbeat, deep as a drum of the world. Lasara fell to her knees, tears sliding down her cheeks. "It wakes," she whispered. The tears on the heart tree stopped flowing. In their place, blossoms. Tiny, shimmering flowers bloomed along its trunk and roots, first white, then blue, then the brilliant gold of the dream map's light. High above, leaves unfurled. The air filled with the scent of life, fresh and clean, like rain after fire. And then, the heart tree spoke. Not with a voice, but with a presence that filled the forest like sunrise. To Leora, it said, "You carried the dream when we could not. You gave yourself to memory, to sorrow, to song. You believed, you healed." The bark beneath her hands shifted, and a single petal of golden light detached from the tree, floating down like a falling star. It landed in her palm, warm, pulsing gently. "The seed plants me, not in soil, in yourself." Leora looked to Fyron, who nodded, tears in his luminous eyes. "It means you," he said. "You are the new guardian." Leora stared at the seed in wonder and awe, and then, without hesitation, pressed it to her heart. The seed vanished, and the light of the heart tree pulsed with her own. The forest answered. From every corner of the sleeping woods, trees stirred, rivers rushed, birds cried out, animals blinked open their eyes, flowers turned to the sky. The sleeping forest had awakened, not just because the curse was broken, but because one small girl had carried its dream through the dark and planted it anew. Chapter 16, Leora's Choice. The forest stood still, not with fear, but in reverence. The trees whispered in 1,000 forgotten tongues, rustling leaves like prayers. Streams, long silent, now trickled and flowed, their voices soft and cautious, like children waking from deep sleep. Light shimmered on every surface, not the harsh brilliance of noon, but the warm golden hush of a dawn that had taken centuries to arrive. And in the clearing beneath the newly awakened heart tree, Leora stood cradling the echo of a heartbeat that now pulsed within her chest. The seed she had pressed into herself had not simply vanished, it had taken root. She felt it growing inside her, not as something separate, but as part of her now. A connection unlike any she had ever known. Every breath she drew was shared with the forest. Every heartbeat resonated in the soil, in the leaves, in the sky above. She was no longer just Leora of the village. She was something new, something more. But with that power came a price. Behind her, Fyron hovered silently, his light a steady flame. He had not spoken since the heart tree had passed its final gift to her. Now he approached, landing softly on her shoulder. "You feel it, don't you?" he said. Leora didn't answer, she simply nodded. "The forest has chosen you," he said gently, "not just as a bearer of its dream, but as its future." Leora's eyes lifted to the branches above. The heart tree no longer wept, no longer mourned. Its canopy shimmered like a constellation made of leaves. Birds darted through the light-dappled air, but at its center, where its magic pooled thickest, a hollow space remained, waiting. "It's asking you to stay," Fyron said, "to become its guardian, its voice, its heart." Leora's breath caught. Stay. It wasn't just a choice to protect the forest. It was a choice to leave everything behind. Her mother, her village, the warmth of hearthfire, the laughter of market days, her own future as she had once imagined it. If she accepted, she would become part of the forest itself, her body slowly becoming seed and song, her memories woven into root and river. She would not die, not exactly, but she would no longer be Leora. She would be the forest, and yet the pull of it was so gentle. Not a demand, not even a plea, just a quiet hope. Lasara stood at the edge of the clearing, watching with eyes heavy with memory. She had once faced a choice like this too, and had chosen wrong. "You don't have to," she said, her voice hoarse. "No one should ask you to give up everything. But someone must guard it," Leora said quietly. "Someone must keep the dream alive." Tears welled in Lysara's eyes. She looked to Fyron, who lowered his head but said nothing. He too had once been more than he was now. It had cost him everything. Leora turned away from them both and walked to the base of the heart tree. She laid her palm against the bark. The seed inside her stirred, not demanding, but listening. "Can you survive without me?" she whispered, and in the silent language of trees, the heart tree replied, "Yes, but not well. Not fully, not yet." 1,000 sleeping seeds lay scattered across the world, waiting for wind or water or wonder to wake them. Leora could feel them now, in the desert stones, in mountain roots, in deep caverns and shallow ponds. The dream had returned, but it was fragile, unformed. It needed tending, it needed time, it needed a guardian, but it also needed a voice in the world. Leora stepped back, and then she understood. "I won't leave you," she said, "but I won't disappear either." She turned to Firen and Lasara. "There's another way." She reached into herself, into the place where the dream map glowed, where the seed pulsed, and she offered part of it back to the tree. Not all of it, just enough. The clearing blazed with light as the gift was split. A new guardian bloomed from the earth, not Leora, but born of her. A shimmering figure shaped of leaf and flame, root and star. The forest had its keeper now. And Leora, she stepped back, trembling herself. Changed, yes, but whole. She still carried the dream, but she would carry it into the world. The forest quieted. The light faded to a steady, golden glow. Birds sang from high branches. Somewhere in the distance, children's laughter echoed. Not a memory, but real, waking laughter. The spell had broken. The world was waking. Firen flew to her side, his eyes shining. "You found a third path," he said, awe thick in his voice. "Not slumber, not sacrifice, something new." Leora smiled, her heart full. "I think the forest was dreaming of it all along." Chapter 17, The New Dawn. The first true sunrise the forest had seen in over a century broke through the high canopy like liquid gold. It did not burst. It bloomed, slow and radiant, casting shafts of warm light through the glistening leaves, painting the earth in colors long forgotten. Sunlight kissed the branches. Dew shimmered like stars scattered across moss. The shadows that had once clung to the forest floor peeled away like old skin. Leora stood at the edge of the heart tree's clearing, blinking against the light, heart full to the brim. Behind her, the great tree pulsed with new life. Its trunk was no longer etched in sorrow, but gleamed with fresh silver bark and newly sprouted blossoms that changed color as they swayed in the gentle morning breeze. Its breath, a slow, rhythmic hum that resonated with the very bones of the land, was steady now, grounded, alive. The guardian she had birthed from part of herself, a being made of wood and spirit, flickering like starlight and seedlight, stood watch at its base. It did not speak, yet she understood it. It was peace, continuity, purpose, and she was not it. She had chosen life. Firen hovered beside her, brighter than he had ever been. He spun slow, joyous circles in the air, leaving trails of gold like sunbeams painted with a child's brush. "Look," he whispered. "Look what you've done." Leora looked. Beyond the clearing, the forest woke like a wave, trees stretching, animals blinking open their eyes, birds bursting into startled, jubilant song. Squirrels scrambled up trunks, foxes yawned and slinked from their dens. Deer moved through the underbrush, tentative but glowing with awareness. The spell had broken completely. The sleep was gone, but it wasn't just the forest. A wind carried the change outward, riding on birdsong and leaf shimmer. It passed through the roots, up the hills, over the rivers. It flowed toward the village, toward the mountains, toward lands beyond Leora's knowing. In her mind, she felt it. The ripple of dreams stirring in places far from this glade. A baby crying for the first time in weeks. A withered field, brown and dry, breaking into sprouts. A painter waking with a vision in her hands. A boy in a city, dreaming of forests. The world was remembering itself. Magic, true magic, was returning, and yet, not all was joyous. The forest would need time. There were still broken roots, still poisoned streams, still creatures who had slumbered so long they might not awaken at all. Lysara, quiet and watchful, knelt in a ring of moss, her fingers pressed to the earth like an apology written with skin and bone. She had not left. She had not asked forgiveness either. But as Leora watched, a flower unfurled beneath her palm. Small, pale, alive. Even redemption, it seemed, had roots. Leora turned to Fyron. What happens now? The sprite tilted his head, blinking at the sky as if surprised it was still there. Now? He said. Now we learn how to dream forward. Leora smiled. She didn't know what her life would look like beyond the forest. She didn't know what it meant to carry part of the heart tree in her chest, or how the world would change now that magic was waking again. But she didn't need to know. She had chosen not to sleep. She had chosen not to surrender to sorrow. She had chosen life. Above them, the sky opened fully, sunlight pouring through the forest like honey. The heart tree swayed gently, its leaves shimmering with each breath. And far below, in 1,000 roots and seed pods hidden beneath soil and stone, something small but powerful began to stir. Hope. Chapter 18. Waking the Forest. The heart tree stood in full bloom, its great silver branches unfurling against a sky reborn. A breeze moved through the clearing, not a magical gust, not a roar, but a soft, steady wind like breath. The kind of wind that carried the scent of new leaves, damp moss, and dreams, ready to be planted. Leora stood beneath the boughs of the tree she had helped wake, her hand pressed to her heart. The seed she had taken inside her, the seed of the heart tree's future, still pulsed quietly, now a part of her, and yet something more. And as the forest stirred around her, so did the world. She could feel it. Not just the movement of creatures stretching in the dappled dawnlight, or the roots shifting to make space for fresh shoots, but something deeper. The people were waking too. In the village beyond the trees, doors creaked open to golden morning light. Windows long shuttered were unlatched. Children stepped outside, blinking, feeling something in the air they couldn't name, but recognized. A quiet undercurrent of magic, of hope, of breath. Leora's name would not be on their lips. They might never know she had walked into the woods and become a song in its roots, but they would feel her. In every blossom that bloomed early, in the rush of spring water once dammed by silence, in the dreams they began to remember again. She had brought the forest back to them, and in doing so, she had brought themselves back to them too. Beside her, Fyron fluttered silently, watching the world settle into its new rhythm. His light no longer flickered. It shone steady, like a lighthouse in a storm now past. "We did it," he said. His voice was quiet, reverent, as if anything louder would break the spell. Leora smiled faintly. "Not just us." She looked to the horizon. From the wilds to the dreamscapes, from the thorned paths to the moonlit orchard, something larger than the curse had always waited. The memory of what had been good, what had been loved, what had lasted. Now it was returning. Behind her, the new guardian, born from the union of her dream and the forest's will, stood tall and still, watching with no eyes, speaking with no voice. Yet Leora felt its gratitude. A tether between them hummed gently, not binding her, but connecting her. She would never again be apart from this place. Yet she no longer belonged only here. Lysara approached from the edge of the clearing. Her footsteps were light, her movements slow and unsure. She no longer radiated power. Instead, she moved like a branch, realigning after being bent too far for too long. Her eyes met Leora's. "I don't expect forgiveness," she said. Leora regarded her for a long moment. "Then don't ask for it. Live it." Lysara lowered her head. She stepped to the heart tree, knelt before it, and placed her hands upon its roots. Light flowed from her fingertips, not the cold brilliance of control, but a gentle pulse of surrender. She had finally let go. Leora turned away. She had a journey still. The dream map had faded, its purpose fulfilled. The mirror hung heavy but dormant at her side. Yet she carried something far more powerful than either now. Her own voice. The forest would continue to wake, but so would the world beyond it. There would be places still sleeping, wounds still festering, others who had lost their dreams. Leora would find them, not to fix, not to save, but to remind them that the smallest spark, carried gently through the dark, could still wake a forest, could still heal a world. As she stepped beyond the clearing through trees now blooming with birdsong and breath, the forest parted for her, not in command but in welcome. She was no longer a trespasser. She was no longer just a girl who had asked why the forest slept. She was a bearer of dreams, and behind her, the heart tree, watchful, rooted, alive, shed one final tear, not of sorrow, but of joy, a beginning. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dream Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and until next time, rest well.